I think I'm going. Okay. Let's pause the playback on YouTube so I make sure I don't waste my bandwidth on that. How's it going, everyone? Live stream time. Yes, it is early here. Right. I haven't checked the cameras. I wanted to get my lab tidied up last night because it was just a mess, and I ended up having a late night watching a movie. I think I've had about 6 hours sleep. Got up early to try and tidy up a bit, so it's still a little bit messy, but not too bad. Dangerous mug. Gotta have that. So, how's everyone going, eh? Hey Ian, how's it going? So we've got David, Dave, Justin, Stereogenic, Christian. Right. So I've got numerous projects to work on today. I can't say. Numerous projects we can work on today. So I've got my revision 1.1 of my Datron board, which is the display board, which you worked on before. You will see me did a video, I think. Maybe. I'm not sure if I've actually doing the repair. Might be the next one that comes out next week. I'm not sure. Anyway, so I can't remember what I've done. It could be the previous one I did it. It's been a long time coming. I've been so busy. So I've got those new balls, which have got the corrections on from the last time, which you may or may not have seen. I got the footprint backwards on the transistors because I was referencing the wrong parts in KiCad. So I referenced the TO92 parts instead of the SOT23 parts, and the pinouts are different. So yeah, I had to dead bug them. I think I did it on a live stream, didn't I? I don't remember. Need to go ask conflicts of CB. Yeah, I know. I've actually got some radios I've been working on. I've done some. I've got one which been dropping up the wall. It's in my other lab, my RF lab, I suppose you could say. Yeah, so I might tell you about it. I'm digressing slightly. I've got I think it's a Cobra 29, I think it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Cobra 29. Limited classic. And the audio, AM audio, is bad. It's only doing like 30% audio, and I'm suspecting it's a bad transformer. If I modify the circuitry around the transformer, I can get the AM audio good, but then the RX audio goes to the floor, and I can't get it right. So I've been playing around with that. I've tried different audio amplifier and that sort of stuff, and no good. So that's been driving me nuts. I spent hours and hours on that thing, and that's kind of just still sitting there. And I don't know, I started that radio about 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, something like that. Maybe even longer than that actually. And I did some more work on it in the last year. I thought, I'm going to get to do some CB radio stuff because people have been asking for it, and I went onto that one. This is one of these ones which also had the flood damage. So my house got flooded 3 years ago. 3 years ago and a month, basically. I had a bunch of radios in a box which got covered in salt water. So I flushed them all out at the time. They seemed to be okay, just all the knobs and knackered, basically. I had to replace all the knobs and all the pots on them. And yeah, so I've got a stack of radios to go through. Hey Kim, how's it going? Need to watch a chat more on this talk, I suppose. I feel, yeah, well, I've been up for about an hour. I'll go up at 7 AM so I can do some tidying up and have a coffee and that sort of stuff. Well, I don't want to throw the radio away because other than the audio, it works absolutely fine. It's just one fault. And it's yeah, I might have to try and find another transformer just to rule that out. Anyway, so yes, I've got CB stuff to do. I just need to find the time to do it. And the past month, I've just been flat out. I've been doing like 16, 20-hour work days effectively, most times. Not just in here, you know, do my day job, and I come home and do more work here. I've actually got some bits of gear behind me which I've had for a month off and on. I sent away a couple of times when I came back. Some ultrasonic welders, electrofusion welders, and I've done videos on these before. In fact, one of these units I've done videos on before fixing it. And anyway, went to a job site, got blown up, came back, I fixed what I could find. I think I did it on live stream, didn't I? Play some parts, but it wasn't happy still, and I've been trying to figure out what's going on. I think it might have damaged the microprocessor, because it's not controlling the output properly. And all the sensing circuitry I've found and tested and repaired, I did find some faults. All that is, I believe, okay, right back to the microprocessor. So I think the processor may be damaged, or it's lost its calibrations. Anyway, I'm still working on those, and they're actually quite urgent, but I've just kind of had enough of working on them for weeks. Anyway. What else we got here? My hair needs it. Yeah, I was actually going to cut my hair yesterday. I was going to cut it, but I didn't get there. I was too busy. Man, it could be longer, eh? Man, I've had my hair much longer than this. You know, sticking out and looking all messy and Einsteinish. Oh dear. That's character. I think I'm enough of character already. One of the things I find hard, not bad, when I'm trying to do videos, right, I'm fixing things like the actual pre-recorded videos, not just live stream stuff, because you know you get to see me as I am in live streams. It's trying to convey things like my sense of humour into those videos, because I bounce off people. That's my sense of humour, is bouncing off people. So trying to put me into those videos is actually quite hard, because I'm by myself, usually alone in a room talking to a camera. So anyone who does YouTube would know that. Most times you're by yourself talking to yourself in a room. Actually, it's a lot like now, actually. But trying to sort of inject myself into the videos is not easy. I do try and put little bits and pieces in there, but it's just I have to work at it, trying to push that in. Cut hair, just gets thinner. Yeah, well, my hair's pretty thin. I mean, I've got a nice thin bit on the top there. Got a nice solar panel going on. Anyway, so what was I going to say before we start talking about CB stuff? So I've got the Datron display you can look at. We've got I've got the actual Datron. So I want to do this Datron display, and they build the new version. We'll build it up, and I'll get the Datron, which I have, I think, 99% fixed. There's a video coming about that this week. The final video, up to the point I'm at now at least, it's up to date. So that'll be, I'm not sure what day I'm going to publish it on yet. It's already online for my Patreon supporters and YouTube supporters. I'll be able to see it too. The members, YouTube members, so they can already see that. But I'm not sure which day I'm actually going to make it public. I haven't decided yet. That's still got potentially a fault. I'm not sure yet. I've got to basically try and do a calibration on it and see if it comes right. Well, do an adjustment. It's not technically a calibration. Even though I'm using calibrators that are behind me, I'm not really. Anyway, what else was I going to say? So I got that. So once I get the display done, we'll put a Datron apart. Take out the prototype display which I put into it. Put the new display in. Make sure it works okay. If it all works correctly, then that's good, because that means I can then start assembling some of these boards and selling some to people if they want them. I've got 25 PCBs, so I can actually sell, say, 20 of them. I'll keep some for myself. So I could potentially make 20 boards once I buy some more parts to do it, if there's enough demand, and sell some display boards to help people out. So that's the plan. So I want to try it today. We'll build that board up again, put in Datron, try it out, make sure it works. We'll do that today, definitely. Then other things we can work on. We've got another Datron there, which is potentially broken. Haven't looked too deeply into that one. Powered up a couple of times, that's about it. Don't even know if it works properly. Then we've got the Raycol Dana 2101 we could play with, which has got the input C, which is dead. We could pull it apart and try and figure out what's going on. Haven't opened up yet. Got no idea. Not been opened up. And there's a little big beast just in here, which I don't know if you guys have seen yet. I think I put it on my mailbag channel when I did a mailbag. Potentially, I'm not sure how far I am actually. I've got so many mailbag videos backed up right now. I've got the three recorded, sitting here waiting to go. I've got the videos till the end of February, basically, already pre-recorded. I'm so far hidden those again. My mail started coming through finally. So I've got a big beast down here, which I'll show you. That big beast down there. So that is the Datron calibrator, the 4700. So I've powered that up, tested it. It's got some faults. Who would think that someone would be excited about getting a broken calibrator? It's got a few faults on there, which is great because that's what I want. I want it to clear the fix. I think I probably paid too much for it though. Datron is, you should see my, well, if you've watched in the past month or so, you should have seen the Datron videos. Yes, it does look expensive because it was expensive. It cost me a lot of money and it's broken. I think I paid too much for it. The Datron I'm referring to is the Datron 1062 multimeter. It's a 6.5 digit multimeter. Yeah, they're sitting on the corner. You'll see it in a minute anyway. We'll see it when we get started. We'll see it on the bench. I'll pull the thing out and we'll work on it. So you see what I mean then. No problem, Dave. So the Datron 4700 is a multi-purpose calibrator. It does AC, DC, resistance and current. And I paid $2,400 US for that, plus postage, plus import duty. So I think I ended up paying about $3.5, no, more than that, just over $4,000 all up to get that. So it's expensive. That was, yes, plus it's broken, but a fully working one is more expensive than that. Not much more, but I think it's about double basically. So it's a huge risk, big money involved in that. The only reason I could get it is because of people like my Patreon supporters, my YouTube supporters and other members and stuff like that who donate to the channel. My merch store. I basically got all my various sources of income, from the YouTube channel stuff, because I'll put the money back into the channel, always do. I don't spend on anything else, always goes back into the channel. So, so I've got my merch store, I've got Patreon, so I've got Teespring, Patreon, something else. I'm forgetting one. What am I forgetting? I don't know. Anyway, and the PCBWay sponsorships I have, where they provide me PCBs for no cost, and I mention them and plug them in the video, and I have a little pop-up advert, little subtle pop-up advert. They wanted more of an advert than that. I wanted to keep a subtle one, and they were okay with that. I said, look, this is what I want to do, and that's what I'm happy doing, and they were fine with that. Just had to say this is what I want, so it doesn't detract from the videos. Anyway, for the PCB sponsorship side of things, all that combined, plus a bunch of my own money, allowed me to buy that. Just enough to do it. It was a big stretch, and it's a big investment, so I don't even know how that's going to turn out. The only thing that I know works so far is resistance ranges. The resistance works. Haven't tested current at all. but the AC and DC don't work. They've got some interesting faults there. So the other problem is it's on cards which will plug in, right? So it's not the other actual one where it's all laid out in front of you. I've not opened it up yet though. I've just seen photos online, but I haven't actually opened this one up yet. But the cards, it's like a motherboard with a plug-in system. It's a lot like some of the HP is done. So to work on the cards, you really need riser cards. Now, the riser cards available on eBay, they're $700 US just for the riser cards. I'm not happy about that. Should have put GameStop stuck. Yeah. I'm going to try and fix it. That's my goal, is to try and fix that Datron calibrator. Because I've got... Well, a lot of gear I see me fixing is either for myself or for me to maybe flick on again later on, just to rescue gear. I don't like to see gear getting chucked out. You know, if something can be restored, why not use it and just save it of waste and stuff. So I've got the Valhalla calibrator right here behind me. I've got Fluke. I should say the one I'm showing. Valhalla 2703, which is an AC calibrator. I've got the Fluke 343A, which is a DC calibrator. And I've got the Fluke 5450A resistance calibrator behind me. I don't have a current calibrator. So those are my main bits of gear here, but I've also got the Fluke 5200A, which I did a big video on as well. When I was doing that repairs, like 19-part series and that thing, that was a huge job. That's also an AC calibrator. So I've got these calibrators here, but this can do everything. So if I can get this one working properly, and I'm confident it's going to stay that way, then I could potentially improve my setup a bit and actually reduce some of my footprint, as it were. I've got a lot of stuff and I want to try and slim it down a bit, but I do like having a dedicated piece of gear, like a dedicated resistance calibrator and stuff like that. So, because of that way, if one piece of gear goes, you're not losing everything. So, but then I also like to have backups. I like to have two of everything. At least two of everything. Always like backups. I'm very much a redundant system person. The only problem with this calibrator here is it weighs 35 kilos. It's pretty hard picking it up. So, yeah, that's the interesting bit of that one. Anyway, so I was going to finish my coffee, then we'll get started and tinker around on the bench over there and stop waffling. These boxes here. So these are the ATEC boxels. These things, right? They're actually really good quality. I like them. As you can see, I've got a stack of them. You can get different configurations of them. This has got the small ones in it. This particular one. I've got some other ones as well, which are, I think this is a bigger one. You get different combinations, like this one here. It's got different bins in the bottom part. They also just make like different halves and I just splice them together. And I think we've got another different one over here somewhere. That's a small one. These ones are empty. I haven't put anything in these ones yet. Well, some of them anyway. Some of them got stuff on. This one I've got and they've been crushed in the post. And it all got crushed and I actually heated it back up again and it was actually it's like it was about that high originally, so I actually heated it back up again and tried to get it back and get it okay. And I actually told the seller that it had arrived damaged, and they gave me a full refund, so that's fine. So I actually got money back on this one, and this one's got the bigger pumps in it. So I managed to basically rescue this one. It's not perfect. This one doesn't really lock shut and stuff like that, but it's kind of usable. It's just not nice. But yeah, I do recommend them. They're quite nice. They work well. They seal well. You know, they haven't got any small gaps where S&D parts can fall out. I wouldn't put any like 060, maybe 0402s. Is it 0402 resistors and stuff like that? I wouldn't put those in there. They might be a bit much. But hey Adam. Yeah, Tony, my cat's meowing away. Well, one of my cats. it's breakfast time, and she's a bit senile. But yeah, I've done. I think I did links. I don't think I did affiliate links. Well, not affiliate links, but I suppose they're kind of affiliate links. When I purchased those things, I would have put links in my mailbag video at the time. The cat's going to drive us nuts. So I think there were links to those boxes on one of my mailbag videos. I think there were links there. So if you can find my mailbag video with ATEC, look for ATEC on my channel, we should find mailbag video with a link to the boxes and to the seller. And so I was happy with the seller. I had one that couldn't turn up damage and I refunded the money. So not an issue. So yeah, not a problem. But they're fairly expensive things though, but they are good quality. Catastrophe, yeah. Can I put a link to them in chat? I have to find a link first. I can. Let me see if I can find it. I'll do that. This might be easier. Let's see. Let's see if I can find one. Now, I found the link already, but it's not an affiliate link, so I want to put an affiliate link in there. Once it all loads. It's being a bit slow because I'm streaming. Right. Come on, log in. I have to log in first, and I'm going to go to my affiliate site because then it automatically links it together. It's just weird the way it bloody works. Anyway, give me a second. I will put a link in. I'll put a link in when AliExpress doesn't say my password is wrong. That's curious. That's very interesting. My senile cat. Let's talk about my senile cat, shall we? I've got 3 cats which are all sisters, and they are about 16, and they've all got arthritis to some degree. This one you can hear has got really bad arthritis, so you can barely walk around. But other than that, she's really happy. So I don't want to like put her down or anything like that. You know, she still enjoys life. So that's not happening. Okay, now I'm logged in. Weird. And she's a bit senile now, and she walks around the house meowing, and we have a box that she sits in, and sometimes you take the box and take it to her and put it down so she can get in the box, and she goes quiet. She's looking for a box. Not there, that cat. Anyway, let's get this link sorted out. Lovely cat, really nice cat, really great personality, but not all there. Hey, the affiliate link thing worked. Right, let's chuck this in the chat. Once I find it. There you go. There you go. Here's a link to the boxes. You can choose which type you want on that page. Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, if you buy anything, if you use, I've got an Amazon store. Actually, on Amazon, right? Actually, no, I get vouchers from that one. It's different. I can't even buy things with that one. So Amazon store, Banggood, AliExpress, and obviously the Teespring merch store as well. So those are my support options, basically. So if you use any of those, there's links down below in my description to go to those sites, then it does help me because I get a little bit of money from that, and it helps me, especially with Banggood, because Banggood send me a lot of review stuff, and having a good history with them and a consistent history with Banggood, with my sales and support and stuff like that, and the sales I drive to their site, it helps me to get better stuff. So You know, I've got that 3D printer and that laser cutter and stuff recently and stuff like that. Those are fairly expensive items. So that Ender 3 V2 is currently sitting behind me on a shelf there. You can't see it because it's behind a stack of test gear. But I was using that one yesterday. I might show you actually. But because I've got my original Ender 3, which I purchased a few years ago, which I put a 0.2mm nozzle on, and that's what I use for fine stuff, because I tweaked that one a lot. It's got upgraded main ball, it's got a touch screen, stuff like that. I've done videos on those. And that's okay. Right. The only thing I don't like about it is the bed, the way it's got a bed, it's got quite a bit of wobble on it, where it's got the rail it runs on, the Y rail, is in this orientation, whereas on the V2 and the Pro it's in this orientation, because it makes it wider, which makes it much more stable. So the V2's got that on it, but it's got a 0.4mm nozzle, and that's basically a stock printer. I haven't done anything with that one. So I've got the two printers, and I've got them set. One's a 0.2 nozzle, one's a 0.4 nozzle, so the 0.4 can do bigger stuff quicker. But if I need detail, I can use the original Ender 3. As well as your piles, I'm very little with those. The only ones I've actually played with is the 3B Plus. I did some videos on that, and that's because I wanted to set up a web server. It's the only reason. This year, that's not good. Right, that's the only thing I've done with those. I did some videos on those with the set up web server and doing an SSD case. So running an SSD on a web server. That's basically what I'm doing on them. So I've actually got to do a second one. I've got 2 units. I want to make a duplicate pair, so I've got a redundant system again. So I've always got 2. So if one fails, I've got another one to plug it in, carry on. Yeah, the PCOs I've no idea with. I haven't touched those at all. Yeah. AJW, here's again. Yeah, so that's where we're at that. So, so if you, oh, I've forgotten what my point was now. Oh, I don't know. Never mind. And my phone did ping. What was that for? No, it's nothing. It's all right. Okay. We should go over there and stop waffling and do some stuff on the bench. So, I need to. I've got some of the stuff there. I think I was kind of in a rush this morning trying to clear a space so I could actually work on this. I've had so many projects on the go. Like I said, I've been working ridiculous hours. A copy of Hackspace. I'm not familiar with that. You've got 2 boxes of Boxall cases. Seem to be quality. Yeah, cool. Yeah, they are. I've been happy with them. You know, you can get. It's a bit hit and miss for getting stuff from China sometimes. Sometimes I think it is true when you're buying stuff from China, you do get what you pay for. Not necessarily if you're buying locally, you don't necessarily get the same realism there. But when you're buying from China, it seems to be if you've got a range of options, and there's like cheap ones and expensive ones. Sometimes if you get an expensive one, you get a much better result because you do tend to get what you pay for. They do seem to have quite fair pricing in most cases. Obviously, it's not 100% of the time, but it does seem to be that if you've got a range of options and you get the more expensive one, you get a better quality. It does seem to be that way. They actually do seem fair in that way. Someone really likes acoustics. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, you can see my cat is quite loud. I've got 3 cats. Well, we have 4 cats between myself and my wife. My wife's only got 1 cat left. She used to have 3 herself when we got together. So, at one point we had 6. Now we're down to 4. One is hers cats. And her cat and 2 of mine are deaf. And so when they meow loud. That one you hear meowing isn't deaf. She just likes attention. Anyway. Let's go to the desk here and we'll play around over there. That's what everyone's waiting for. Once I've remembered to use this thing because it's been a little while. Spin the mic around. So I've got a hot plate over here. Let's get some more lights on. Now I warn you now, I'm currently wearing a t-shirt, but if it gets too hot in here, I'll either have to turn the air conditioning on or change out to a singlet, right? Vest, whatever you want to call it, because this shirt's fairly hot to wear, and it is summertime here, and it's 23 degrees right now, so it's not too bad. But I'm just sort of giving you a warning that you might have to put a bit of noise later on if I turn the air conditioning on. The aircon isn't very efficient. It makes a lot of noise. Doesn't produce much cold air, but it does kind of take the edge off a little bit. It's very old. So, hot plate over here, which we will be using soon enough. And I'll show you this other stuff I'm playing around with. So, these are the box I was printing yesterday. And because of the profiles on the top, I had to do a big support structure like this. So the support structure weighs basically almost as much as the box. It's not much in it. It's probably, I don't know, 3/4 the weight. Because I didn't want it attached around the sides. I wanted the sides to be easy to get off, so it's just straight off the bed. So yeah, because I wanted to print this way up. If you print this way up, obviously you don't have to worry about this stuff. I didn't have to do feet like this. Actually, I'm thinking about changing it anyway. But then you will be able to get these nice curved profiles over here, where you have support structures on these. You didn't have to clean off and try and get it looking nice. These aren't particularly great looking. I printed these fast. It did these in about 3 hours, and that's about 90 grams of material. So I print them pretty fast. And this is one I'm basically done. Kind of. I've still got some things I've got to figure out. So this is one of the boards I did. Oh, did I show in a video? I'm not sure. So this is a LoRa to Wi-Fi gateway which I designed. So it's got a TFT touchscreen, and there's a board in there which is just like a, I don't know, motherboard I suppose, and ESP32 powered. So it's always plugged in. They've got a DC-DC buck converter here. So I'm chucking up to like 35 volts or so into this, and it will drop it down to 5 volts. And heaps of caps in there. And this is a LoRa module. And there's actually, this takes 2 LoRa modules which plug in. And yeah, this converts 2 LoRa modules to Wi-Fi basically. And it just, wherever it receives on LoRa, it dumps out to web server. So that's how it works. Obviously you could program the ESP32 to do what we want. Just communicates with Wi-Fi and LoRa, just bridges the gap. But I did do a version of this previously, which I did do videos on. Use the original board, which I did. This one's got extra features on it. What I've actually done is I had headers and stuff over here, so I could do programming of the LoRa module. So the LoRa module is virtually designed to plug straight into this board. And I've got some headers in here in programming adapters to plug straight into this to program the LoRa modules so you can configure them. But you don't really need to do that. You can actually do it through software on the ESP32. You can turn the ESP32 to pull the mode, to program mode, and then program them with the ESP32 instead. You can do it that way. At the time I didn't really know what I was going to be doing and how I was going to be doing it, so that's the original design, which is obviously a fair bit bigger. All right. This worked fine. That's what I've been using ever since then. That's been, you know, a couple of years. Well, yeah, 2019 is on that, I think. So, but now I've evolved into being a TFT, and all I've really got to do now is figure out what I'm doing with this bit, because I've got to try and put these somewhere and not have them flapping around. I mean, they don't quite fit in this box. And actually, my original plan, where was it, was to get some of these little metal boxes and put these inside metal boxes. Alright, so they're shielded from each other, because I'll have to have 2 of these. Well, I've got another box here. We'll build 2 of these up, so I've got 4 LoRa modules, and currently they're quite close together, and I think there might be some cross-channel interference going on. So I actually want to shield them from each other, because it might not even be the radiated RF that's coming out. It could be the IFs and stuff which are on these boards. It could be the IF leaking out, because they're so close together. I mean, there is some shielding, but they're not 100%, and then the bottom of the board's not particularly well shielded. So that's why I was thinking about putting metal boxes to shield all the RF and IF stuff off these boards, so they don't interfere with each other at all. Right now I have to have like 3 channels in between each module, because otherwise they tend to swamp each other. So I'm thinking that might help, but I'm not sure. I've got to figure that out yet. I've got a bunch of these. I've got 4 of these little boxes, and they will fit in there. But then I've got to figure out what I'm going to do with these. You know, this is going to be mounted onto a panel in the motorhome with a we do an event stuff on. We do all these events in the motorhome. So that's going to be mounted onto a fascia panel. And I've also got to do something with this. That's the bit I'm still trying to figure out. I'm actually tempted to sort of think, well, if I made this box a bit bigger, I could just mount them in here. They will kind of fit in there like that. You know, I can sort of shove them in and then have the coax coming out for the antenna. But I don't quite have enough room to get two of them in there. It's like, I wish I'd maybe considered that, but that takes away the whole isolation, RF isolation aspect of it, which is what I was trying to achieve, is to get these RF isolated from each other. Anyway. If it's even an issue, I'm just being cautious. I don't even know if it's really an issue, but with my experience of RF and CB stuff, it's like, yeah, okay. Shielding from each other is a good thing. Right, so this is what I want to play with. So I've got a stack of these boards and stencil. Now I'm actually wondering if I could get a better view of this. Now what I did last time was I actually hooked up my camera and recorded video on it, like my main recording camera. But I'm not going to be recording this for videos. I'm just going to be doing the live stream version. This just adjusting a little bit, and we'll see what we can do with this. And there's a dash on model bit sitting over there, in case you're wondering. Chat again. Songs of the people. Yeah, I don't miss cats meowing in the middle of the night. My cats are pretty good. They're quiet at night, pretty much. Just early in the morning. But as soon as it starts getting light, they're up. They want breakfast. Right, let's zoom in. And try and get this camera angle slightly better. Yeah, kind of right. Down here, not quite enough. Try not to get crotch cam at the same time, you don't want that, do you? Right. So, in here's the stencil. The other thing my cat does, the senile one, she's learnt to knock. So she's quite fat, this cat, and it doesn't matter what we do. She's had a brain injury at some point. She's had like a stroke or something, and so that's part of the reason she's not all there. And she's learned how to knock on the cat flap, because the cat flap's quite high, and she's old and arthritic, very arthritic, and she has trouble getting through the cat flap. And so what she does, she comes up and she knocks on the cat flap.
Good morning, Pippi.
Yeah, so I think she was knocking. So the wife just let her in. So you're going to hear more meowing now until she settles down. Right, so we've got this. Now, once I actually do a bunch of these, I'm actually going to have to put some kind of alignment thing in here, so I will just cut to it and line up straight away. But for now, I'm just going to do a single one, so it doesn't matter that much. I just have to manually align it. Oh, it's almost right, I'm just sideways. That's budger. Now, pasting stuff isn't something I've done a lot of. I've done a little bit, but not much. So I'm not great at this. Much practice. Come on, where is it? There we go. Very slightly off the other way now. Cool sign. Okay, that looks pretty good right there. Now, some solder paste, where do I put that? That's a really good question. Where did I put that? Kind of need that if I want to do anything else. Okay, where do I put my solder paste? When we get much time, I can't find that. Oh, here it is. Yeah, typical. Man, look. Here's a solder paste. Right. So I was thinking about if I'm missing something. No, I'm all good. Yeah, last time I used this it was a bit dry. Hopefully it's okay because I just keep it in the drawer. It's not like in a fridge or anything. So I'm having trouble getting it out. It's coming now. Let's try it, see if that's enough. Probably isn't, but it's a start, isn't it? We should get tweezers for this actually. And I should have put another bead down. I thought it might be enough, but it's not. Yes, like I said, pasting isn't something I do a lot of. I think it kind of shows too. But last time I did it, or last few times I've done it, it's come out okay. I mean, I'm not great at it. Sure, I'll make it work, but when some people say, "Oh, just do one movement right across it," and yeah, they're probably right. But I'll just put another bead down for that bit. Hope that's enough. I don't have to waste it either. I think that now I will get tweezers. There's probably a whole bunch of people in the chat there going, "Oh, don't do it like that." Yeah, probably right. Anyway. Okay. That will do. That will do. I'm dropping bits everywhere. Oh, come on. Dropping it back down again didn't help. Anyway. Let's give this a wipe. I was smudged all over here because I dropped it down. And it shifted slightly. Clean up. Don't put things away dirty. Right. There's one board which is okay, apart from the bit was smudged over here because I dropped it. They'll probably sort itself out anyway when I actually go to do it. Hopefully. Let's scrape the excess off. Try and make sure it doesn't bridge. Or it could just be I've done a really bad job of pasting it. It's entirely possible. Probably been too fussy about trying to get these bridges off it. I can always touch up by hand if I need to. Right, I do. So, we've got to put some parts on this thing. Now what I did after the last time, I found some cheaper displays I can use. I've still got the expensive ones, but they've got a grey background on them. So what I've actually done is I've picked up these ones which have black backgrounds on them. So these should be better, and also cheaper, which is great. Let's check the chat. Okay, where are we? Yeah, I was going to, when I do actually go to making these boards properly, I will be putting some boards around the side so you can just locate it into like a corner and it'll hold it all up and make it a lot more, you know, locate it automatically and that sort of stuff. I'll be doing that. I'm not worried about it right now, but I will be if I do a bunch of them. I had to do an SMD cap on a fire suppression. Let me guess, there's a ceramic cap, was it? Broken ceramic cap shorting out? Or are you talking about a electrolytic cap? Right. So, anyway, let's put some parts on. So these big displays, which I think I'll do afterwards, I'll do the small parts first, I think. Get them out of the way, then I'll do the big displays because they're pretty easy to drop on. So we've got a whole bunch of LEDs. Now I want to do some slightly different colours on these. I'm not sure which ones have actually turned up. I need to check. So over here I've got some resistors and some transistors. I've got some, well, off marked was 2N3NO. Get it right. 2N3906 and 2N3904. But actually MMBT3906 and MMBT3904, which is the service mount part numbers. Same sort of thing in it. Obviously the pinout's different, which is what screwed me up before when I did this wrong. So I've got a box of SMD parts over here. So 0603 resistors. Yes, I just use these cheap Chinese ones. They're fine. I don't be worried about it. I'm doing precision stuff with those. I need some 0603 caps because have I got some caps on here? No, I don't have any caps on here. I think it's something else. And then I've got some LEDs. Got some more LEDs. That's green. I'm not sure how the green will come out. I'm tempted to try green, but I'm not sure if they'll actually come out through the diffuser on the front of the Datron. Because obviously you've got an orange filter on the front, and I think the green will get blocked. I'm not sure. Perhaps someone can tell me if green will get blocked by orange or red. And this is the original displays I use, these things here, if you weren't here for the previous video. So that's what I used originally, which is the KCSA 56105. 105 is the colour. And I've also got some green ones of those. Thinking I might try green, but I haven't done that yet. I may not bother. So I'm kind of now wondering about whether I use green at all. All these ones here. Now, I think these are all the same one. No, they're different. So this is the SML 12D 1WT86, And I've got the SML H12D8 TT86. I'm not sure which one I used previously. I think it was this one. I just wonder what this one was from. They're different parts. One's at 0805, I think. I need to look these up. I think it might be this one I used previously. I'm not sure what this one's open for. But I'll have to look. I thought I had some different colour ones. Now I'm curious what I've done with them. I thought I had more than that. Just trying to find them. So it might be one colour then. I need to look these part numbers up so I can see what each one of these things are. Yeah, let's go and check these out. Give me a second. So I've got green. I thought I had some red ones. I'm pretty sure these others are orange. Oh, let's try crap. My computer knocked it off. Oh yeah. Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Tim? Yeah, you can play with Defpom. This is a Defpom display. Well, a replacement display, which I'm making. This is revision 1.1. Revision 1 was basically correct. I just had to do some wiring corrections where I hadn't read a couple of terminals correctly for the enunciators. It wasn't very clearly labelled. I couldn't see the difference between an A and a G, and I got it wrong. So the enunciators are back to front. The rest of the Siglents are okay. Just the enunciators. So I had to fix that. So this is revision 1.1 fixing that, and also the pinouts for the transistors are back to front. Also tweaked a couple of positions a little bit as well, not much. So very minor changes. So let's just look up these parts. I've got my my parts bin, which is where I keep my parts inventory. Well, stuff I've been getting. I'll put a link to that actually. So if you're not familiar with this site, this is my own site. It's a free parts inventory system. You can actually run it on your own web server as well if you want. It's a downloadable version, and you can also upload and download from the site your inventory, so you can maintain your own one, update the site as a backup, or vice versa. Anyway, so yes, I use it myself too. So let's look for these part numbers. I should have them on here. If I just do a search for SML, that should find it. So WT86, these are orange LEDs, 0603s, yes. So that's the 86 version, which is what I would have used before. And the other one is the 8. Is that right? D12. So far two, so hold on, let's look, hold on, I haven't got my labelling right here. That's that one there. 8TT, right, I'm confusing myself with these codes. D8 TT. This isn't auto-filling, maybe I haven't put this one in. Have I broken myself here? It's not in there, I haven't put this one in. That's silly, isn't it? I thought I'd done it. Okay, I need to look these up then. Give me a second. Just gotta find the part numbers. Well, search by part number. I think I've got these from RS, pretty sure. Yeah. These are orange as well. 805s, as I said. Yeah. So these are orange as well. So they're both the same colour. So I'll just use the ones we're designed for, which is the 0603s. Okay. So yeah, that's one I used previously, is this one here. I thought I had some other ones turn up, and I'm sure I had some other colours. I'm sure I had red ones arrive. Because my plan was to do red on something I've done. I was going to do red for cow, ppm and remote. I was going to do red on those ones, for those functions, and probably maybe one colour for the rest. And well, I was thinking about one maybe for current or something like that. But yeah, but that's what was my plan. I was going to do red on those ones, but I thought I had them. They're not in my box, so I don't know. I seem to have lost them already. I'll double checking, make sure I haven't stubbed them down the side or something. No, that's something else. That's some op amps. What's that one? No. No, I think we've only got one car. Okay. That's annoying. I have to get some more then. So I've got the green. Yeah. Should I try the green? It's only 3 LEDs. I want to do red for those ones, not green. No, I'll leave those in. I'll worry about it another time. So the thing that always gets me with these is figuring out which way around you're supposed to put the damn things. I did figure this out previously. Don't flick around into the solder paste, that'd be bad. I need to get a microscope out and hook this up so you can see what I'm doing, because you won't be able to see much from this, will you? Let's get some space back, hopefully. Tidy up a bit more. Oh, that fell out. That's one of the ones I'm going to be using. I'm going to smear the solder paste, I know it. I just shove it up here. I don't want to do it. Right, microscope. Let's hook up my camera to this. If I can untangle the wiring. Oh god, this is really well prepared, isn't it? Professional YouTuber. Yeah, well, I'm not actually professional, am I? Let's untangle the wiring so I can plug this in. Come on, plug in. Right, that's that there. Let's plug in this. Right. Yeah, Miku, don't try and plug your channel. That's not what this is for. We're all going to enjoy in and be part of the chat and have a, be part of the environment here, but don't plug your channel. I'll plug your channel if I think it's worthwhile. Don't plug it yourself. Okay. Right, what was I doing? Got to try and find this bloody input. Now, where are we? HDMI. Hey, we've got something. Okay, that's a good start. Can I do HDMI and disk? I can. Looks like that. This isn't really set up for this, it's set up for my other microscope, so we'll see how this comes out. And the good thing about this particular setup is I can see it on my monitor at the same time. Right, yeah, you can see. Now, yeah. So the paste has gone Alright, slightly off, not bad. And this end's okay until I drop the stencil. Then it's gone a bit messy, as you can see, which is what I was scraping. Try and tidy it up a little bit. I might have to do a bit more. Got this bloody pin here, let's take this out of the way, this is going to be annoying. And I suppose that view is kind of blocking the other camera view, isn't it? I'll have to fix that. I'm going to put these bits so I don't lose them. I'll put here the other bits of stuff which I didn't mean to lose and didn't forget all about. Let's try and make this view a bit better, eh? There you go. That'll do, eh? What do you reckon? Good enough? Hey ZX, how's it going? Helmet? Yeah, no, it's just because I dropped the stencil and it splashed down, it shifted very slightly and it just... I'll put too much on there, I don't know, but anyway. That's there. This is a bit close to my liking actually, this is a bit too zoomed. Can I? No, that is out. This is as big as I'm going to make it on this particular microscope. So yeah, I've got to put a transistor over here. That looks awful. That looks really bad. Let me get my decent tweezers in here and see if I can make this look a little bit better. It probably don't matter too much anyway, but I mean it's going to flow anyway. But yeah, it's just pretty ugly. I'm not sure I'll make it any better actually. Yeah. Yeah, she said solder balls in there, it's pretty cool now. Yeah, might be about this one. Don't want to touch up solder on this one once I'm done. What can I do? Yeah, that should be good enough, eh? That should do it. Okay. This view's too close. I'm not liking this view. I'm actually thinking I need to go to my other microscope, which is buried. Let me go and fish that one out. Because the other one can do a wider view. If I'm reading rightly, it's been a while since I used it actually. This beastie here. This is my expensive one. Let's just tuck this to the back for the time being. Okay, I'm remembering it wrong. And I'm completely screwing up. Right. Power cable for this thing, where is that? And that's on HDMI cable. I need a different HDMI cable for this one. Of course I do. Why would it all be standardised? Who needs standardised wiring? It's overrated. Where's my other HDMI cable? It's not here. Hold on. I'll probably put it away. Where's that gone? I'm looking. I'm looking. Where on earth is it? What on earth have I done with that? I kind of need that. Sorry guys, this is a bit annoying. I can't find my cable. Now I'm really confused because I don't know why I would have taken that away in the first place. It should be up here somewhere. What on earth have I done with that? Shows how long it's been since I used this microscope, doesn't it? And what on earth did I use the cable for? Like I was saying, this place is a mess right now. Oh dear. It's in the bottom drawer, yeah, it could be, eh? Hey Chris, this again. Now I'm confused. What the hell have I used that cable for? I'm trying to see if I can just like have your man look and I'm missing it completely because it's right in front of me. You know, it's off on the way. What on earth have I done with it? I do know where there's another cable. I might have to go and nick one from somewhere else. Ah, hold on. I found it. That's a problem. I'm going to have to go and nick a cable from somewhere else. I've used it to connect up from my HDMI splitters and stuff to my monitor so I can see what's going on. So I need another cable. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Okay, HDMI cable acquired. Next one from my DVD player. So I find it doesn't fit anyway. Right, let's get this thing hooked up. I need another split, I think. I actually got some bits and pieces around. I might need to do like a multiple connection here, so I can just do like a switcher. I do have a switcher. I just don't have the cables apparently. Right, cable plugged in. Do you have a picture? That doesn't look right. Oh, it's doing something. Cool, it's just not in focus. Right, let's fix that. Get in there. That's a slightly better view. There's an awful lot of effort though, isn't it? A lot more effort than I wanted for that. There we go. So this camera's got auto focusing on it. I can also manually tweak it a little bit as well. Anyway, it's one of these Eakins microscopes. The same one that Dave has got. He showed one of these. He showed one of these a while ago. So yes, there's the board. Right, we can carry on now. You can actually be able to see what I'm doing, hopefully. I'm sure I'll zoom out slightly more. What bylight lens have we got on this thing? 0.35. If I change that lens, that might help too. Anyway, you should better see what I'm doing now. Check the chat. Thanks for filling the gaps, Helmet. Shaw's equation. Yeah, I've got all these cables. I've got a drawer full of cables, and I seem to not have any HDMI cables. I used to have loads of them. What time was that until? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Vault nut thing is, yes, it gets expensive. It's always, in search of perfection, isn't it? I find myself drifting in that direction, unfortunately. You heard the other one, did you? Yeah, probably is a segment display sitting on this still. That's fine. Hey, Kev, Steve, how's it going? Been a while. Andrew, yeah, nice you were there. So, okay. Yes, okay, I better lift this up and get the segment display up underneath the microscope. Here we go. Okay. So, we can now at least carry on. That was a bit of a digression, wasn't it? Now, back to the AD situation. Which way around these bloody things go? Yeah. Hold on a second. Let's get close up. So, I did kind of figure out before that. Come on, autofocus. You can do it. Not too close. There you go, aim. Can't feel them too close, too far away. Oh, zooming too much. I think I'm too close. Right. Let's go all the way up. Okay, that's about as close as I can get because I have to lift this up a lot. So, oh, come on. One side's got a curve on it, one side's got a square on it. One of those castellations. Now, last time I did figure out which way around these went. Now I don't remember. So I'm going to have to look at this again. Is it marked on the back? It probably is. Let's get one out. And probably lose it. So there we go. There it is. Flip it over. There's a lot of dust on this bloody mat, isn't there? Let's take this. I haven't used this in a while. Wow. Here we go. Right, great. It does have a marking on the back at least, as expected. But, is it right? Let's test it. This autofocus is going to be a pain, isn't it? Alright. Get my correct probes. This place is still way too messy for my liking. Diode check. probably go flinging off and disappear. And I can't see if it's lighting up or not. Oops, and it's jumped. Not that way. That way around. Okay. And this autofocus is going to be a pain in the ass. I might have to turn the autofocusing off. Oh, come on. Right, so the curved one, I think, was the positive side. Unless I shifted it around while I was doing it. Yeah, maybe. I don't bloody know. Around. You can actually see the die. Die's on the right hand side. Yeah. Okay. Just like these displays here. Sort of focus is going to drive me nuts. That's why I don't use this one that much. It's really good for getting really close to stuff. If I get it down, take the BILO lens off, that sort of stuff. But do you remember these? Is it there? I just can't see it. Yeah, it is. There we go. Right. Thought I'd make sure that's the right one as well. Yeah, this bloody autofocusing is driving nuts. This doesn't actually look as good as the other one, hey? The other Microsoft looked better. I do agree. And this is a far more expensive one. So, come on, focus. Oh, come on, this is just ridiculous. Right. So, yep, okay, marking's good. That makes sense. Now, at least I know which way around I've got to go. Do I still have digital tweezers? Yes, I do actually have those somewhere, actually. That's the point. I do still have them in my drawer. That's a good point. Let's catch up with chat. Catching up with all this stuff here. I should might still scream in the direction. Yes, well, what I do actually have on the board is a marking. Let me just shut the board in the shop. I'll probably lose the LED now. There we go, there's the board. Yeah, I thought our focus is going to drive me nuts. That's why I didn't use this one that much. So, you can see I've got a marking up here saying anode, cathode. And they're all in the same orientation. Now originally I did actually have, I think, 2 in reverse orientation. So I've actually, that's one of the things I did on this board is I changed them all to be the same way around. So all LEDs get all the faces the same way. So if I put all the LEDs on the same way around, they're either going to be all correct or all wrong. Probably all wrong. So yeah, at least I know which way I've got to put them on. Yes, focus you, yes, yes indeed. Oh dear. We'll catch up with chat. PCB, yes indeed. I was actually tempted by that, to be honest. I was tempted. Autofocus equals off, yes, I think I will have to go in there and do that. That means that I have to plug a mouse into it. But I think we're going to have to do that because it is driving me nuts. And in fact, actually, I just found my extension bar. I can put this on. This bar goes on top in here, and I can get more height and get it better, which is why I've got the extension bar. So I'm going to do a wide view. It looks blurry, doesn't it? Why does it look blurry? And I should be able to zoom right in if I can get enough height. So the autofocus behave. Yeah, this quality doesn't look right, eh? I'm sure it used to be better than this. Interesting. And that's zoomed all the way in. That's 4.5 times on the magnification on here. And that is, I don't know, you can see how high it's like up here, it's well out of shot. Anyway. Yeah. Let's turn this bloody autofocusing off. This is John driving nuts. This is not cooperating, it's not being very helpful, which is what it's supposed to be. And the control menu's half off the bloody screen, isn't it? That's great. Is it on screen on there? Can't see it over there, I can't see what I'm doing over here because it's half off. Can't drag it out either. Why is my monitor view wrong? That's annoying. Right, anyway. Where's the hell the autofocus? There, manual focus. There we go. No more auto. Yay. Thing is, what does that mean for this? A bit more messing around, that's what that means. Yeah, this picture quality just isn't right. Yeah, I don't know why this is so. I'm sure it should be much better. Even that, you can see over here, it's blurry. In here, it's okay. Sure, it's better than this. Yeah. I guess I've been spoiled. The other ones are just good. So, my memory of this was actually far better than it actually is. That's interesting. So, looks like my end-on star is actually doing a much better job. Now, this one, I've also got the other end-on star. But I don't think that's got a HDMI output on it. Let's check. It doesn't. It's an option on the other models, so this one doesn't have it. So I can't stream the output from this one, but it will give me a better view because it goes a wider view to start with. So anyway, we're definitely getting kind of sidetracked here. Let's set the focus up here, shall we? Click. Let's just do that. Even that doesn't look right though. It doesn't look like it's in focus. It's slightly off. Hmm. I can't read what it says over here. It's off my screen on my monitor. Never mind. Okay. Let's put some parts on. This has taken me ages to even get started, hasn't it? Chat again, then I'll get started. I promise. What's that focus factors for next hangover? Oh dear. Right. Right, let's get started. Come on. This is just messing around with the gear shouldn't be the thing which holds us up. Now, which way around is this thing? I can't see you now. See which round it is? Can you see it? I can't. Suppose okay. Hey, that's actually quite convenient. I'm going to lift it up higher. There you go. Right. So, I have to add the arrow pointing to the left. Because that's currently backwards. I think I need to be slightly closer so I can see enough. There we go. Right. Hopefully. See, now I think this is too small. Should I use bigger parts next time? Focus this one. Come on, focus. Right. There we go. Now we can see it. And it's up or down. Bloody hell, come on. Oh, come on. I want 2 pairs of tweezers. Almost got the first one on. Come on, get it in there. One. Can we stop now? SMD assembly surface indeed. The advantage is that I can actually lift this up and get a closer look when I zoom in. So yes, I want the curved one to be the right hand side. And that is which one? They're both the same now. I'm trying to get identification from the top, so I don't have to have things upside down. Hold on, man. Gotta work out. Hate working for these. Where's the die? If you look at where the die is. Die is on the left, right? So you can see a little dot there with the die is. We put the die on the left. That's all we've got to do, right? Think of it that way. Which way around does this take? I think I might just drop one. Die is the other way around, so I've got to spin this around. And you can't see a damn thing I'm doing, and neither can I. Focus here. And where's this one I dropped? Oh, come on. This is potentially the most tedious thing ever. I can see where people buy pick and place machines. Not liking this out of focus around the edges either. Oh, drop another one. Right, it went away now, finally. Keep dropping the things. Can't really put my tweezers in there around the sides of it around the tape. Just try and get in this way so I can do it this way. Barely. I think down to span around to pick it up. Yes, it did. And it's not in focus again. Oh, it's driving nuts. What's this just me do? I don't know. This isn't doing a bigger picture, is it? You're not happy with it. So the end-on style one's definitely better. So if you're looking for an end-on style microscope, which is what I seem to be recommending right now, then get one of them. And try and get one which can do a wide range of zoom. This one is a bit like my 8409, is it? Or 407, I can't remember what it's called now. All over. Right. One which I first used to show you. That's really close for you. So if you want something which is really close, that's great. But if you want something a bit broader, which is what I'm trying to do now, then maybe not so much. Maybe you want the other one. So there's two end-on style microscopes I've reviewed. There's links for those on my channel. There'll be also review videos for them. So it's just you go and look at those if you're looking for a microscope. But then I'm not actually using it right now either. So HDMI output's a bit of a pain. I'll get this roll and I'll check the chat. Go on, getting this straight. It's being fussy, probably. Roll over, you bugger. Right, I'll check the chat for a second. And we'll do the next row. After that should get a lot easier. Right. Patience training, definitely. 0603s, yeah, so. But the problem is, because of LEDs, you have to get the orientation right. So, nah. But since there's capacitors, not a problem. Drop them straight down. Don't mess around too much, but yeah. Well, I think I used 0805 footprints. I do tend to use a larger footprint and then use a smaller part on that footprint. That's what I do. So that gives me options. If I want to use a larger part, I can. Or because the 0603s will fit an 0805 footprint, that's fine. This also means you can hand solder them if you need to. That's funny, ZX. Yes. Yeah, stop talking about Justin. Oh dear. You bought a new Mantis. Still hasn't arrived yet. Blowing up ARM chips. That sounds interesting. Well, I've tried using 0603 footprints before with 0603 paths because that's what you're supposed to do. But it doesn't give you much of a pad to get a soldering iron onto. You have to use a manual soldering iron rather than paste or, using a hotbed like I'm going to be using. Okay. You got the 305, right. Oh dear. Sounds like fun, Chris. Okay. Back to this. I was never going to finish. It's taking way too long. I don't remember it being this much of a pain last time. Come on, pick it up. I think I spun around. It did. Let's get that end in. It's not in focus again. These lenses aren't doing very well. This Barlow lens is just... It's making it blurry around the edges, around the sides. Really not enjoying this lens. And actually, if you think about the scaling I'm using right now, that's kind of the size we had before with the original AD 409, was it? Can't bloody remember what number on it. It's sitting in front of me still on the desk. Hey, that one went straight down. Yay! Oh, I got one good one first. Finally. So yeah, really, that would have been alright, really. So I probably just been wasting everyone's time messing around. Thinking that this microscope would be better for this. And so I'm trying to get these things to actually sit on the pads more centrally. So when I do flow, it goes a bit better. Hopefully. So almost finished the horrible fiddly bits. Should get easier after this. Oh, look, last one screwed up. Okay. No, get down the other way. God, where are you going? Wow. See, last one. It's always the last one that messes up. Why is that? Doesn't matter if it's a screw you drop or bit you're putting on. It's always the last one. Anyway, down. I'll stay there. So a quick look. Make sure they look all kind of alright. That one's a bit off my liking. Is that one sideways? It is. Over there. Anyway, right, so those ones down. Focus. So that's the end. Now you'll do this fiddly end, and this isn't too bad. It's got a few resistors and a few transistors, so relatively easy. Oh, I've got some more of these over here. Damn it. Right, okay. So here you can see I've got a layout over here saying positive, the end, positive towards the centre, and positive the end again. So the other ones are positive the other way around, so I need to flip these around the other way. Oh, I flipped it. Oh, God. It's going everywhere. Let's just stick it on there and hope for the best. Which way around do you reckon it is? That's the wrong way. Okay, next one. That's an awful lot of paste on that one. That's a bit much, isn't it? That could be a problem. See how it goes. You need too much paste on here. I have to check my shorts when I'm done. Make sure they're alright. Okay, now let's see that he's done. So I'm going to put these segments on after, do the fiddly stuff first. So I've gone to 33 ohms on all the resistors on this thing. I made them all the same, just to simplify things. I can probably change it a bit more, but that's what I'm using. I might need to revise like this one here and this one here. On the previous one, on the prototype I ended up putting a shorting link in here instead, because these are driven from the 150 ohm resistor anyway, which drives the individual segments of these. So it didn't really need to be there, so I did just put a shorting link in. But I'm going to put 33s in and see how that goes. If it doesn't work, then I'll just short them out, it doesn't matter. So anyway, we'll get some 33s and put those in, then we'll put transistors in. And I'll check the channel first. Right. Let's catch up with chat. There's a lot here. You got a whole bunch of 0201s, which you got when ordering 0603s. That's a bit of a mix-up, isn't it? Well, once I actually get into the flow of building these boards and I get used to it, then I should be able to do them much quicker. Don't forget, this is only the second time I built one of these. I'm not used to using surface mount EDs. The first time I used surface mount EDs was when I built the prototype. So this is only the second time I've used them. So, you know, it's a bit of an experience for me getting used to using them as well. Yeah, the paste on the left hand side looks awful because say I dropped this stencil when I put it all on there. I may have put too much paste on anyway. So I've had a bit of a scrape around over there. Hopefully it gets better. Right, back to this. So, resistors, 33 ohm. So I may revise this value later on, but this is what I think I'm going to need, based on experiments I was doing with the other ones and stuff like that. Come on. Might as well just get all four of them out and just pick them up by hand. Easier. I'll stick to the tape. Where bits get easy. And again, I'm using 0603 parts on an 0802, no, 0805 footprint. Let's get those numbers wrong. What's that one there? That's K. I have 1K marked there. Was that 1K? I thought I changed it to 33. That's a 1K, not 33. I need to swap that up. Actually, I think I did use 085 parts last time in here. Actually, I did, yes. Thinking about it. Oh, my tape's going, it's all falling apart. Parts coming out. It's getting a bit old, this one. I think we're going to end up losing most of these parts on this table here. So this one's different to the rest because it's a series driver, so it drives the minus segments at the same time as it drives the positive segment. So the positive drives the negative, if you know what I mean. So you got the negative symbol, which is driven by one set, and then the positive symbol is in series with that one set, so it drives the whole lot, which is why it's a little bit different. Right, let's get the transistors. What you in here? So, 3904s, two of them. I'm trying to do this blind, and there we go, we've got one. And another one here. want on there. And one here. I'm really hoping this paste ends up okay when I heat it up instead of just shorting out everywhere. And then we've got 3906s. Come on, flip over. Okay. Just tighten this up a little bit. And I'm missing one here. Oh god, I'm missing a just look at this. I'm thinking this. I'm measuring this. Remembering this wrong. Look, see another 1K up here, and I've got a 10 ohm here to put in as well. Oh, bloody hell. It's like if I'm going by memory, isn't it? Ten ohm. Then we can do the digits, and then we can stop. Heat the thing up. Come on. Come out. So you guys in the chat should have noticed that I've missed some parts and you should be yelling at me saying, you've missed some bits. In fact, you probably will, I just can't see it. Right, 10.8. And another 1K in this packet, which is all falling apart. I think you might need to get some new ones. Right. That will probably work. Now we can put these things in. Actually, there's a resistor here. Get that out of the way. It's probably one of those 1Ks. Chat. Right. Colgate toothpaste, what are you talking about? Oh dear, Chris. Wow, I'm missing quite a bit of chat, it's great. Hey Ray, how's it going? Yes, Helmet, you're right. There was a spare part there. I'm going to be using hot plate, which you can see in the background there next to the microscope. Hot air will tend to blow parts around, and I want them to sit nicely, and so the hot plate should allow that to happen. Right. Now, these tweezers won't go over those ones. These ones will. Should just be a bit easier to place. So actually, there's a hair on the board there. I need to get it off. So it is entirely possible that if this does become something I end up needing to sell a bunch of, like there's a lot of demand for these things, and I may even approach PCBWay and go, hey, I want to use your assembly service and get them to make them for me, because it's using common parts, so there's no reason why I couldn't get them just to make them. But the cost is obviously fairly high, but in my case I might be able to get them under sponsorship, so it won't cost me anything, which will mean I can sell them cheaper as well. So it's like I can't count because I'm unsure. There's no escapee over there. Give me that. Everywhere. Right. What do you reckon? That's straight enough? Not really. This one here. I'm slightly crooked, aren't I? They're probably self-centered anyway, but I'm not going to rely on it. On here as well, slightly off. Alright, what do you reckon? Good enough? Let's give it a go. Let's get the hot plate going. I'm just going to get the hot plate warmed up, then I'm going to put the board on top of it once it's already up there, so that way it's putting as little heat as possible into the board. Because these displays are actually in this moisture sensitive wrapping stuff with this card here and stuff like that, so one of these things. Baked parts, if it's not blue, well, it looks like it's okay. Uh, 5% is pink, and if 10% is not blue, well, I can't see pink very well. I'm a bit colourblind on pink. So that 10% is bluish, and there's not much there. It's basically not. I don't know. Anyway, I'm just going to chuck it on the hot plate. I don't really care about that much. Right, well, just wait for that to warm up. Won't take long. It'll take a minute or so. It's pretty quick. Nutter's Corner, yes indeed. Who is Sonia? She sometimes drops in here actually. Yes, I mean PCWave have been really good. If I basically want to work with them in anything, they've always just yes, fine, not a problem. So if I do want to get the PCBWay assembly service, I've never done it before either, so that could be quite interesting. But I think I could do that, and I'd support it. I expect. So I bet they reflow all a bit off centre. Yeah, most likely will actually. So if I do want to go that route, I probably can do it, and if I get any big numbers of these, if I'm going to get half a dozen, if I only sell occasionally, then it probably won't really matter. But if I get people, if I get 20 or 30 people wanting them, then maybe I'll look at that and see if PCWave want to sponsor me and do some assembly work and save me an awful lot of work. Oh dear. Black wire heating pad. No, there's nothing on the heating pad, that's right. It just looks like it's there. It's hanging down. Good spot though, but it's actually not hanging on it. It's the microscope wire hanging down. So it looks like it's across the pad, but it's not. Okay, it's set 200 degrees now. Still heating. I think I've got it set at 230, I think, something like that. Well, that seems to stop to 200. Maybe we'll set 200. So we'll put the board on there and we'll flow it. I wonder if I can move it underneath the microscope so you can see it happen. What do you reckon? We'll try and do it. I'll burn myself now. Knock all the bits off the board. Start all over again. Let's put this to one side. So now the wire's close to it. Right. Right, let's go. This board's very slightly warped, hasn't it? So let me have to push down each end to get it all done. It's almost like watching paint dry, only more entertaining. I think we have to go around nudging these things, eh? It's not shifting. But that misalignment looks worse than it actually is. Trying to want this one here. So let's shift the board along. We'll do this end because it's not touching. looks like it's going okay. But the extra space seems to be disappearing. Well enough for my liking, at least. To the other end. This board wasn't warped, it'd be a bit easier. Very slightly warped. So EDs aren't moving around, are they? So this paste doesn't seem to have a lot of flux in it. I think it's a bit dry. Anyway, it seems to be doing its job. Let's turn this off. So I've got a couple of slight misalignments here, but I can't really rest my hand on there to shove them around a little bit. There's a good chance I'll completely mess this up. Just give us a slight poke. Come on. At least something to rest on. There you go. No, it's silver lining there. Okay. Right, I'll do. Let's get this ball bag off. And put it somewhere to cool down, but it's not going to damage anything. Right, we'll check it soon, make sure it's okay. Oh dear, that cat, yeah, that's a different cat, that's my wife's cat. I don't put the specs for the reflow and stuff like these. I think the max temperature was about 230 or something like that, or 220. It did say what its peak temperature could be, so I made sure I stayed below that with the setting of the hotbed anyway. I do remember that much, I did check for that. Ooh, Vice brought me more coffee and a cookie. That's funny, Chris. Always listen to the grin. Yes. If the footprints are the right size, yes, indeed, Andrew, you're probably right. But I intentionally did them the wrong size, so I can hand solder more easily if necessary. I won't change views, you don't need to sit there watching me eat cookies, do you? Right. Hey, Whiskey, how's it going? Yeah, that's right. I would indeed, Andrew. And yeah, I intend to hit it with hot air and just to seat them, but I think they're close enough. We want that one. Right. Can I focus this one? Yeah, ish. Right, let's close a look at these pads, shall we? Yeah, those LEDs haven't set down right, have they? Look at that. They're starting to look like they're wetted properly, do they? So those may require hot air and flux. They start to look right. So check this row out. If you see anything I missed, point it out. Hairs. Always hairs. Is that in the flux as well? And the solder? It probably is. I can find it where it is. There it is. Oh, hairs. I need to vacuum my desk. God, come on. Can't get it out. It's there forever, I think. Right. I'm sure I put a part there. That's odd. No, you did see me put that part there, didn't you? That's strange. I did find a part here, maybe it fell off. We'll put that one back on. No, that flowed okay, looks of it anyway. It's a clean up. Excess stuff on that one. So yes, I need to put this part on. I need to hit it hot air anyway, so let's find a part. I think it was this one here I found on the table after. That one there. What is that? Is that it? Yep, that's the one. I'll try and get the hair off it. We'll put this one back on, eh? Come back. I'm miles away from this too. It must be way too high. Take me go to my chair still. It's better. Right. This just did a whole lot, eh? Just floated there. Now they're stuck down, not too worried about it. System might need some flux. Better. Okay. These definitely need more. These aren't good, are they? I had the same problem last time I did these LEDs. I just didn't whip properly. So I mean, they worked, they attached and they worked, so they definitely connected, but they just didn't look very good. Yeah, it's not really bedding down, are they? Well, it's marginally better. Right, I'm happy with that. Okay. Seems a bit messy. A bit more cleaning. Because of that paste we had it before. Better. Live with that. I think I've got the parts on here this time. Okay. Let's do some diode tests on it and see if it actually lights up properly and stuff like that. If the lights will show it up. Turn these off. Now this probably won't go properly because I'm switching through transistors. We'll see. No. So I have to do it manually this way. Make sure I've got the right round. Yeah, you got those two on. That's good. Those two on. That's good. So these should all work. Yeah. This is only using a couple of bits on this digit anyway. So most of it isn't actually used, it's only really used for generating a 1. See if I find the digit 2 and go across each of the inputs. So Siglent B. You can just see it lighting up there. C, F, G, H decimal point, which is that one, A, E, yep, D, yep, that's all good. So if I go to, untangle the wires a little bit, let's do these ones. So digit 11, sideways so I can get my arm in. Digit 11, so I should be able to do, oh, nothing there, nothing that one, nothing, no, get the right around, that one there, that's why it's not working, there we go, right, that one, that one, that one, that one there, that one there, yep, and digit 10, if I do make a bunch of these things, what I'm actually going to do is make a test jig where I'm going to plug a thing in, put a header on it, plug it into the board, and make sure everything lights up. Because I also have to do things like checking the switching of these transistors over here. So that appears to be working okay. So that's good. So what we'll do is put a header on this thing. And also the only thing I can't do is check this transistor switching until I actually power it properly. I could, if I run it for 5 volt supply, it doesn't need 5 volts, I can't remember now. If I do digit 1 power, it might light it up. It might light up, see if it'll work. I don't think it'll be enough voltage out of this thing though, enough voltage or current. Don't think it'll do it. Let me see, digit 1. And I don't know which segments it was. If I put it on the right mode and multimeter, that'd probably be helpful too. Let's notice that. Right, B, so you're getting that segment there. C, we're getting that segment there. I don't think it will switch the transistors. I don't think it's enough. Yeah, there's nothing coming up. So that's right. it's probably fine as long as I haven't screwed up again. Right. Chat since it's been a little while. Yeah, the cancellations look okay actually. Helmet. It doesn't show up too well on that camera because I'm looking straight down. But if I tip it at a slight angle, it will look a lot better. I'll try and show you. There is definitely wrapping around on there. Try and get it focused as well, it'd be nice, but yeah, it's alright, it's okay. You see there, it's just because of the angle of the camera and everything. Don't look fine along there. Right. Yeah, I'll do that one. I'll sit in the corner like this. So, right, almost finished. We've got to put the headers on there yet. Okay. Yeah, able to my OCD is also a bit twitchy with that. So normally I would bother to put things like the part numbers all the right way up. You know, the actual labelling and like the servers, mount resistors, stuff like that. But I'm not going to worry about it this time. Oh dear. Lots of chat, it's good. Does Flux expire? Yes. Now well, kind of. It does have properties changing. Now my Flux I've got is really old. I think it's expired in 17, I think it was. Yeah, 2016 is when mine expired. It expired 4 years ago, December 2016, and it still works fine. It seems alright anyway. Seems to work okay. Well, I mean, in theory they say it expires, but I don't know if it's because they wanted to just replace it. Maybe it loses some properties, but okay, Chris, catch you later, mate. You've probably already gone by now. Oh, hello, Mrs. Defpom. Yes, because you know you're in the background. Yes. To the back of the head. Yep, I will be putting the display on the Datron. I will be doing it. I'm just going to have a quick break. Then we'll clear the desk off again. Hopefully the hot plate's now cold enough to actually touch it. Move it around, burning myself. And we'll get the Datron up there, rip out the prototype display, put the new display in. Cookies. And we'll try it out. So ZX, what would you thin the flux down with? A bit of alcohol or something else? Ginger snap. Well, able ski, that New Year's Eve thing, you know, we're both sitting on the beach there having a bit of a drink. So, you know. I'll finish this and we'll do all that. Get onto it. Try it out, see if it works. Hey Tony. Didn't know you were there. No, I wasn't on a boat, I was sitting on the beach. Okay. Right, that's a snack's head. Let's clear this off. And go to this view. Nope, maybe not that view. Maybe this view. Oh, I need to solder the header on first, don't I, before I do that? Let's get some header. Use it. Need to get the right one. Let's not try and find it. I'm sure we'll plenty here somewhere. I've got lots of jewel header. Some long headers, extra long pins. I know I bought lots of stuff in the past, so I'm not too worried. I know I've got some here somewhere. It might just be my parts bin up the top there. Lucky some more in here somewhere. There we go. This piece right on top. Well, I couldn't see it. Of course. So it's a bit of a waste really, because it only uses certain pins. So it's only actually using, I don't know, about half the pins on the actual board. Probably less than that actually, a third of them maybe. So it's a bit of a waste putting a whole header in there, but that's the way it's done. Otherwise I could chop them up individually, put them each one in, but that would be tedious. It's just easier to put the whole one in there, because otherwise you've got to get them all lined up and you've got to use a bit of breadboard and shove them in there, and it's just easier just to use a whole header instead done with it. So I should be able to use these two strips. The other thing as well is if you ever wanted to change the configuration of this thing, having an extra, or having spare header pins could be handy. Because you can actually use them to bring signals out to the front of the unit. Because it's otherwise impossible. You can't get in there. Let's change views so you can see what I'm doing in Marcel. Let's give you that one. Get to see my bad soldering. Now these pins aren't exactly the same, they're slightly different. Shouldn't matter. Actually, I don't know how long about these things sitting around, so let's stick some flux on them. And let's get my fan going. I think I use my fluxy solder. It's quite a thick one. I could use a silver solder, but I'll just use this one. So let's just get something soldered and I'll check the alignment. And I'll put the fan down top of the end of the board, so that's going to be helpful, is it? It's actually fairly straight to start with, it's not bad. Yeah, those Anastar microscopes are actually better than this one. That's actually quite surprising. I think it's only because I've got these extra lenses and stuff on it to try and broaden it up, and I've got this extra height and all those little tweaks I've done to it. I think that's part of the problem. I think if I use it as is, it'd probably be fine. Kind of doing 2 pins at once with this thing. On there, it's not looking very good. Is it on there? On there. I'll come back over it afterwards. I'll just drag solder. What the hell? And do it. Nope. Oh, look at that, got one wrong. I'm also at the point where I have to stop because I've got the other header here to do. I need to try and make sure I don't go too far. That one there, D4 is the last one I can do. Because I have to align the other header yet. Do you reckon it lines up? Ish. Close enough. Come on, look off there. There you go. So the only problem with this solder is it's very fluxy and what it does is it tends to leave a lot of residue behind. So this one requires a bit more cleaning. Right. Clean this up. Actually, I might leave that on. I'm not going to do that again yet. And it's all in a brush. And that's again. It's the only problem with this particular flux. It's very sticky. It tends to hang around from the solder itself, not the Antec stuff. So a bit of a lump right on the end there, for example. That just doesn't want to go. No reason I like to use that silver solder most of the time, because it's much easier to clean off. Close enough. I think I'll do. It probably works too. If we're lucky. Right, chat. What piece of equipment is my favourite? There's not really a favourite as such. As each piece of gear has got its own purpose, its own job. So it's not really a case of having a favourite piece of gear. I mean, I don't know. They're just tools, really. But I suppose you could have a favourite piece of gear in a range of tools. I think one of the things which would be my favourite would be, for convenience, is Ian Johnston's PDVS2 Mini, which he sent me. Very generously sent me. And I use that quite a lot in my videos on doing bits of gear, and it's a really convenient, like 10 volt reference, well, up to 10 volt reference, and it's just, easy to use, quick to grab, battery powered. It's nice and simple. It's probably one of my most convenient bits of gear, and it's one of the things I prefer, I think. Other bits of gear, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I don't really have favourites really in that way. I think that's probably one of the things I like the most is that particular bit of gear that I say Ian's reference here, because that's a really handy thing to have. You get your basic multimeters and stuff like that. I mean, I'm quite a fan of the Datrons, to be honest. That's why I'm working on these things, because I quite like them. I mean, old tech, they're old, but they use a lot of common parts, which aren't so easy to get now, but they were common parts. So they're easy to work on, easy to fix. I mean, I like stuff which is fixable, or stuff which is, convenient to use, or you can just grab it and use it without having to really think about it and having to study it. So, ease of use is quite a good thing for me. I don't read manuals, so I don't read. So no, well, I do read, but only if I have to. Yeah, I reckon a solder paste is too. I mean, I only bought that solder paste towards the end of last year. It's not that old. So I think the flux is definitely not in it, it's just not flowing like it should be. It does seem dry, but it's not that old, that one. We'll catch up chat. But when I solder the headers into the Datron, they will only have the pins. The only pins that solder in are the ones which are actually used. There's no actual pads for the ones that aren't used. So that makes it simple to actually install it and remove the previous one. Still catch up chat, obviously. Who is Ian Johnston? Who's Ian Johnston? You don't know who Ian Johnston is? Winky face, yeah, right. Well, he's here just now, so he's probably still there. I don't know. How have I been using the RNS CME200? Not much. Yeah, I don't keep the paste in the freezer or fridge or anything like that. It just sits in the drawer, so that's probably why it's not lasting that well. Well, as far as lighting goes, the amount of light I've got in there right now it's going to be. I don't actually have all my lighting. I've still got one more light I could turn on. I could turn that one on as well. That's not on. That might have helped actually. That's my main recording light. So I've got two other overhead lights already on, which I use for recording, and my main one, which is I had turned off. Sitting in front of DigiKey ordering wheels of resistors and caps. Yeah, I bet you get through quite a few. Ian, did you have a pick and place or did you do yours manually? Do it manually, don't you? I know you got a laser cutter. Oh yeah, thanks for that link you sent me the other day for that laser cutter info. It looks very promising. I haven't tried it yet, but it looks like it'll probably do the job for that interface into my computer. Yeah, so I don't think much. You do it manually, yeah. I thought so. I don't do much paste work anyway. It's not like I do a lot of that sort of thing. If I do SMD work, it's usually repairing stuff, and in that case, I'm usually using standard solder wire and a hand soldering iron quite often. Sometimes I'm using hot air for that. Depends what it is. Hey Peter, you're here. How's it going? Yeah, so, okay, so that's that. We can clean the desk off now, and we'll put the Datron up here. I'll demonstrate the Datron working to show it works already, and then I'll take the existing board out, put the new one in, see if it works. I hope it does. So this is the solder paste I'm using, so it's this stuff here. You probably can't see too well. We'll get it above the inset as well. Then that's focusing, is it? Yeah, it's Chinese stuff, so it's probably not helping either. So yeah, it's not even leaded solder, it's lead free. That probably doesn't help either. Yeah. That's what I could get. I should look around and get some better stuff, I think. It works, but it's not great, is it? Unplug everything. This Defpom product's been quite a bit of a mission. It certainly has been a bit of a pain trying to get it all done. It's been enjoyable. It's been a lot of work. I'll try and get this stuff out of the way so I can actually work here. Okay. Well, it's going to be a funny look, mentioning a bit of cleaning up and not having enough room. Don't know why that is. So, fingers crossed this works. There's actually another project I could work on too, once we've done this one maybe. I'll see how I feel. If I can find it. I've lost it. Here it is. So I showed you before this TFT displayed gateway, which I've been building. I actually need to make another one. And I've got the boards here for it. This is the bare boards. So I could potentially just make another one if we get time. We'll see. I have to make two. But we'll see how we go. I don't know how exciting it is having you guys sit there watching me soldering stuff. Probably not that exciting. Let's get this out of the way. Okay, just enough room to get the head on. So I've been doing some work on this, and you see another video come out later this week, as I said before. I had issues with lots of glitchy readings. I don't remember from the last live stream when I did have it working. I think I showed you it working, didn't I? Pretty sure I did. The actually I don't remember. No, I did it in the live stream. Maybe I did. I can't remember. I had lots of glitchy readings. It wasn't stable readings. And what I ended up doing is I reseated every single chip on the digital board, apart from the RAM. RAM left it alone because obviously you lose the calibration settings. But I think it needs recalibrating anyway. But I didn't want to lose them unless I, by doing something silly. So reseated all the chips on both sides of the boards, over here. I already done this board anyway. Did that one first, and that didn't solve it. Then I did digital board, and that seemed to solve it. It stabilised quite a bit. I've calibrated digital board. Haven't calibrated this board or any others. I think the digital board's the only one I've actually calibrated. So the rest of it hasn't been done. I've replaced all the caps on this board here. So all these ones here have been done now. All the power supplies have been recapped. So the only thing that's not been done is things like tantalums. I don't intend to replace tantalums unless I see they're changing in colour or something like that, or you suspect they're actually bad. I don't tend to change them. They seem to be basically okay. You only really seem to fail when you've got main power supply fails, when you get the ripple come through. It seems to be the case. That's what causes them to blow. I know they've got a bad rep because when they go they short out and they cause all kinds of destruction, but I think generally they're actually not that bad. They're more reliable than electrolytics, certainly. So you have to get this display off, so I need to take the bottom cover off as well. Go on, hop off. And so I did the other day as well, is I pulled the EPROMs on this thing. Actually, I should power it up and make sure I still work. In case something's gone wrong by pulling them. But I pulled all the EPROMs out and I read all the EPROM code or the firmware off the whole thing, and I put them on EV blog, I submitted them to KO4BB and also to XDevs as well, sitting up there too, onto his server. So there should be a few copies of the firmware for this thing around, because this particular version I hadn't seen anywhere. I hadn't seen it listed online because I already collected all of those ones I found and stored them in case I needed them, and I didn't have that copy stored anywhere. So I thought, well, it's probably not out there, so I've shared that. I've got the other dash over here. I don't know what firmware is in that one. I think it's a slightly earlier version, so I don't know. But this one's got the 2SC, the 27C32 EPROMs in here with special adapters, which I'll try and show you actually. Let's get a bit closer. See if I can see them. I probably can't see them too well there, but they're sitting on little secondary sockets. I did comment on this previously when I pulled this thing apart. Originally, it's like double stacked. So at the very bottom socket here is actually an adapter. So this is the top one is just a normal socket, but underneath that is an actual conversion adapter, and it converts the pin out from a 2732 to a 2532, which is what the original Adaptrons have got in them, as a 2532. Which is part of the problem, which is why I made the adapter up before, which I've got sitting over here. This one here, just a double stacked socket, as you can see, with some little jumper wires on the side to remap the pins. So that does the conversion from a 2532 to a 2732. So my EPROM programmer can read it as a 2732. Right, so that works the opposite way around. And I use this when I read the IEEE board EPROM, because that's still a 2532. So I've documented that, done a little readme and stuff like that, so hopefully it'll be helpful to someone. Let's get this front panel off. But yeah, it's quite interesting to find those adapters. I hadn't come across those before. And I saw someone posted one about, I think it was on Twitter, someone else posted about one. That's not right one. Yes, for a different kind of EPROM. I think it's for a 64K EPROM, not a 32. And it's a different one. It's a different kind of conversion. And when I saw that, I realised that, oh, that's what's in this thing. Because I realised, that was double stacked sockets, so I thought that's a bit weird. Then I went digging, and sure enough, these are conversion sockets. So. Can't really post it on Twitter actually, but someone posted it, obviously. Can't remember who it was. So this display is showing, well, it's using my updated and unshader system, ones which I 3D printed. This is the second revision, which doesn't require painting. These are just printed with, well, that one there is printed with, in fact, they're all printed that way, I think. Was it? No, it wasn't. It's that side there. That's using clear or translucent PLA, then black over the top to make the outline, which I did show on Twitter. I'll show you one actually. Get going out. So that's what it looks like if it will focus. Which it probably won't, because you know that's the way this thing works. Yeah, so that's it there. And that's what the back looks like. The blocks. So this is, I already put that on here. The original one was that correct painted one, which works, but it wasn't great. That's that one there. So yeah, even though I sanded the front off and stuff like that, it just didn't really work. So this way worked a lot better, and it's much nicer. Not to paint anything. It's actually quicker to do. Because I had to do is change filaments on a 3D printer whilst it's printing, and it did it for me. So easy. Anyway, let's get this display out here. Actually, before I do that, I want to turn it on, make sure it still works. I'll print our Z-Proms out in case something else has gone wrong. I've already converted this to 240, haven't I? Are you sure? Yes, I have. Cool, that still works. That's good. Lights up, that's what it's supposed to do. Cool, looks like it's fine. It's good. You can see what the lunch looks like there, maybe. Probably see it. So yes, it's a little bit tedious. Got to do all that desoldering. So we've got it's only like every third or fourth pin all the way along here is soldered. So there are some big gaps, like 4 pins in between, stuff like that in some places. So it's not too bad. But I'll just hope this works. So what I'm probably going to do is unsolder this. Got to cut through the tape on the back of it, so I can actually remove the thing off there. And maybe we'll just push this one through the hole, see if it works. Because I don't want to waste this board. If this board, you know, this board is working. So if this one works okay, then I don't need to solder it in. I can just keep it and use it as one. Or maybe sell or something. So all I'm going to do is say take one out, clear all the holes out, push this one through and hope it gets a good enough connection, and then we'll try it out and see if it works. And if it works, then that's great. I'll put the original one back in again and leave it with that, because I don't want to waste the entire board. I just need to prove that this one works. That's all I've really got to do. Right, let's get the soldering gun going. If I push the switch, it'd be great. Right. Take a little while for that to warm up, which will also be noisy, unfortunately. While I'm waiting, I'll cut through this tape. I've also purchased some more double-sided tape, which should be the right thickness. I think it arrived actually, because this stuff was I had to double it up because it wasn't thick enough. There's a piece in the middle as well, which I can't get to yet. Okay. Seems to be getting off. That's that one done. Not really can see what I'm doing either. Let's zoom in a bit and change of view slightly. Right. Yeah, I do like the end star LEDs. That's pretty good. Are you going to adjust them? So you're a 40-pin universal programmer. Okay, so something I actually picked up, which I haven't actually tried using it, see if it even works. It's a Dataman. What was it? 40 Pro, was it? Something like that. I can't remember what it's called now exactly. Haven't used it yet. So, but it requires PC software. I thought I had a Mac version software, but no, there's not. I thought it's only PC. So when I get the laptop out next time, go and dig it out. There's a few things I need to do with that laptop actually, so it's too far away properly. I'll fire that program up and see if it actually works. Okay, no problem, Kiro. Catch you later. Yeah, the problem with the EEPROM was that it's a 2532, and it's not a very common EEPROM that's supported. Well, I think just about every other program I've got actually supports the 2732s and all that sort of stuff, you know, the common ones. But the 2532s aren't supported on most of the programmers. It's quite unusual. It's not a very common one because it's so old. It tends to not be supported, and old and rare. I think one of my programmers did support it, but the program itself is so outdated now. It doesn't work on no software for it. It's an old parallel port one, and that did actually support it, but that program hasn't worked in years. Still got it in case maybe one day I'll do something with it, but yeah. Okay, let's just quickly check this. I've got some notifications. That's fine, nothing important. Okay, let's get this display out. Now, I warn you, this will be noisy. And I've got wires wrapped around my soldering iron. That's probably not a good thing. It's my camera ones for the HDMI. Let's get this out of the way, put it back where it's supposed to be. Okay, noisy. It seems excessively hot. No, it's pulsing, it's alright. So you probably kind of see what I'm doing. Actually, what I might do if I stand this up, is that going to work? Might be easier and get some more lighting going. The tricky bit is getting into all these straight, because I can't actually get into it straight. Some of these are in the way. So I had the same problem last time though, not really that surprising. It should desolder fairly easily, because I think I did put this one in before. One of the things I was thinking about is that I'm pretty sure I had one of these had a bad connection on it, and I had to put a little bit more solder across when I put it back in. I think. This seems familiar. So I may need to look at that when I put the other one back in. So I may find I've got no digit on one of the segments or something. No segment on one of the digits. I don't know. Something like that. there are traces on both sides of this board, so I have to be careful about not pulling the thing off in case I rip traces on the other side. I have to be gentle with it. I'm going to it a little bit straighter, makes it a little easier. Solid block, get rid of that. Don't floating around. Let's see about what pins are moving around. Hopefully some of them moving around. Not really seeing much action here. This could be a bit of a pain. It's pretty solid. That one's still pretty solid. Pretty solid. Oh, that's not going anywhere, is it? All these pins I just desoldered are still pretty solid. That's going to be annoying. Might have to do it a different way. I think these pins fit a bit tightly compared to the originals, so there's a bit less clearance in the holes. Yeah, most of these just aren't moving, so I think I might have to look at convincing it to come out. That's annoying. Pretty unsuccessful. I could always try resoldering it again and do it again, but pretty much that pin's moving. Can I wiggle it free? Yes, I can. Maybe I'll try wiggling it free so I can get that to work. Sometimes it works. Yeah, okay, that is working. Freed a couple of them up by wiggling. That one's free, so I might need desoldering again. That one's not working. It's a bit tedious, but I have to work through it. And you probably can't see too well what I'm doing either because of the angles. Now I forgot which pin it is. That one's moving. That one's not. No, still being stubborn. I think that one's going to be a pain. Let's work my way through them, I think, and just see which ones I end up stuck with at the end. Come on, wiggle free. No, another one there. got a little bit of movement, but not enough. Oh, there we go. That's gone now. No. This is tedious. But I've got to be careful not to rip any traces off the front of this board, so I have to make sure I definitely get this right. So as tedious as it is, I need to get it right. Is that what I was looking at? I think it was. That was moving. That's kind of moving. Now set one there. I just resoldered the ones which are stuck in. I know which ones are not moving. Can't need 3 hands for this. Yeah. Oh, this is annoying. Double checking this one. No, it doesn't feel right. Unfortunately, the clearances in these holes are a bit tighter than the original, so they tend to get stuck in there. This is irritating. I'm actually really tempted just to bloody put a blob of solder along it and just take it off gradually and running the soldering on up and down. Really tempted to do that. I'm not getting a very good seal around, what's the problem? Because of the angle, Matt? Solder that one, I just want to give it a go. Alright, let's try again. So that's moving. That's moving. Barely. Moving. 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 Barely moving. Moving, moving, it's looking more promising, not moving. Up to here, halfway, almost. Oh, God, let's check the chat. It's driving me nuts. Right. I've got that A66 TL A66 version 2, is it? I've got one of those programs as well. That's alright. Used that to program a IC for the Agilent power supplies I repaired when I had the blown display. I had to replace the driver IC or microprocessor on the front panel, and I managed to program that. So. UCS4, oh yeah. The desoldering tool is not quiet, no, it's very noisy. Right, let's carry on trying to get this bloody thing out. Yeah, I'll get a better shot at the back of my head as I'm looking at it. How's that? It's getting a bit warm in here. Neighbours seem quiet, so I think I'll have on a bit more. He's gone out on his boat today. Right. So where was I up to? I think it was this one here. 4, was it? I don't think it's actually a 4, it's H. Because it's upside down. H isn't moving. That is moving. Was there one which I wasn't sure of? You'd be absolutely sure because I don't want to rip your pads off. Yeah, this one here, I'm not completely convinced is off. That one there. Just do that again. I suppose I could put some flux on it too, that might help it bloody flow out as well, wouldn't it? If I need to. Has it made it better or worse? Yeah, it's about the same. Okay, so up to here. Sounds good, that one's there. Yeah, this is just going to drive me nuts. Let's try some flux on here, as well as resoldering, and we'll see if we can get them off with a bit of assistance. I'm pretty sure these are basically need redoing again. How can you see from there? You can't see too well, can you? Right, so that one. Down there. Down there. I'm trying not to burn the flux off at the same time, so I want that to come off when I do the desoldering. I say as I messed this one up. Right. Let's try this again. So I'm wiggling the iron, get off the sides. Yes, it is. So I'm trying to wiggle them off at the same time as I put it on away. Let's see how this has gone. Moving. 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 This looks better. Moving. 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 This is more like it. Moving, barely. That's okay. That's, yep, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. And that's okay. Right, I think we're just about there. Finally. Now, can I actually pull this off and see if it moves? Yes. There we go. So we'll watch for anything else which isn't moving. I'm not convinced this end's completely off. Something around here is sticking slightly. That one there. D9. Still the same thing with these, put some flux on. I think this one here I'm still suspicious about. And that one. We get in there. Come on, get on. Okay. So I've only got 3 left. You can just wobbling around afterwards, it helps. Alright. Okay, let's move it around. I think that's going to come out. Finally, it's out. Apart from that pen there, which isn't used anyway. Let's take it out. Right, well, that was a mission. Make sure the pads on the front are right. Yeah, nothing lifted. That's good. That's the goal. As tedious as it is. So we'll plug this display in and see if it works. All this just to get to this point. That's not one, is it? No, it's not one. Hold on. Leave that one. Okay. I'll drop the display back on the front here because to make sure all the LEDs and stuff like that work like Come and check the chat in a second before I power this up. Right. Oh yeah, sorry about the noise. Yeah, it's just bloody noisy. Hey Martaba, 555. How's it going? Haven't seen you here before. Off to fix your stuff now. Thanks, David. Catch you later. Right. Let's do this. Let's see if this will work. I think we'll just make some noise deadening on. Okay. Should I put it round the right way? Turn it upright? Yes, upright. You still see that okay? Yeah. Let's turn that off. And we'll turn this off so it's going to be a bit dark. It should make it easier to see. Don't forget I haven't got the annunciators on there, so it may look a bit weird, but I just want to make sure all the LEDs light up. I may have to wiggle this thing around and make it work. But we've got something. Right. Oh, hold on a second. My wife is just emptying the rubbish bin that's right outside the window. That's what the noise is. Okay. So we can see this. Yes, we can. Let's play with the connections on the back here. Something will make it work, hopefully. Should see zeros on there. Not getting something. But yeah, it's just obviously bad connections there. It's not quite getting it. Let's take this out of the way. Come on. It's almost there. Which segment's missing? So there's two right hand segments are missing for whatever reason. So let's go. Okay, which segments are they? Is it A and B, is it? Over here, B. There's B coming on. Okay. And A is over there. A, is it C? Come on. I don't want to solder it in. So we're getting the top segment, let's not get in the bottom one. There you go, there's the bottom one. Okay, so that's working. Alright. But too many bad connections, this is really not working very well. I don't want to solder it in. There's no plus or minus symbol coming up. That could be a problem. There should be a plus and minus symbol. Well, this is annoying. So it does have a self-test which goes through display segments. If I can get a good enough connection on this, I can use that. But at the moment, the connections are too flaky. Kind of almost there, but no. Self-test is third button, fourth button over, that one there. Okay, there we go, it's working. Talk about the OS 7, that's the calibration thing. Do it again. These aren't coming up at all. So there's something wrong with this bit. What's wrong with that bit? Yeah, so we did that first segment, we did the 1, the plus and minus should come on. So something's not right. Yeah. But the rest of it's working. What have I got wrong this time? In-hole socket things, no. I do have inline sockets, but I don't want to be. I can't put those in there. There's not enough space. In-hole sockets would be nice. Missing transistor. Did I miss a transistor as well? I didn't, did I? I had a missing resistor, which I did put in. No, I need to check. Got me paranoid now. No, that's all there. Well, that's parts of there. I'm just wondering why I've got no enunciators. Ever done something stupid like put them in backwards? I'm pretty sure I put the parts in the right places. Did I put the PNPs in the NPN positions? So 2A is the 3906, and 1A I think is the 3904. Yes, so it should be correct. 2A is at 3906. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got those right around. So that's alright. They should be working, but then I did rejig this circuitry. Have I made a mistake? I might have to look at that in more detail. We don't have to do another bodge, isn't it? Oh well. Yeah, I'll have to investigate that some more. Let's pull the diagrams up for this thing. I didn't see a missing transistor. Let me look again. There was a missing resistor, which I put on. No, that's it. It's all there. All the pads are occupied. It's fine. Could have got a short on there from the solder paste. I have to see if I can find some of those, Christian. Those sound like the something I actually want. I haven't come across. I've seen them bits of gear. They're pretty tight pins, eh? If you happen to know where I can get some cheaply, maybe AliExpress, then give us a link. That'd be nice. Sort of thing I'd like to have on hand. This situation would be perfect because I could just plug the thing in and out, make it a lot easier. I'm doing development and stuff like this. So let's just get my meter over here. And I'm just going to pull up the circuit diagram. I'll do it right here in front of me here. What do I do this in KiCad? Right. Yeah, the resistor was missing, the very top left corner. That's what was missing. Place display version. That one there. And where's the PCB? Let's get this sorted out, then I'll bring up a window or something. Maybe. Why isn't it opening your PCB up? Oh, there we go. Now it's finally done it. It took ages. Is that the right one? Hold on a second. Let's sort myself out, then I'll bring you guys into it. Yes. So I'm going to double check this to make sure I haven't screwed anything up. Just try and get it one shot. But I did have to make a couple of corrections on this thing. Right. Just trying to get it so I can get it on screen so you can see it. The keycad's a bit jumpy for that. Wait, zooms in and out. Okay. Now it's on screen so I can show you what I'm looking at. Right, so circuit diagrams for those sections. Okay, so we've got the LEDs here in series. So that section there, powered from D1. That's the negative, so D1 2 is negative, and E2 should be of the negative symbol, I should say, and E2 is the positive symbol. Yeah, and so what I've got up here, these transistors are basically amplifying the current and drive to those transistors, because obviously they're in parallel. So what would happen, because these are individual LEDs through these, these would be half as bright. So what I'm doing is I'm using these to basically give a different supply, because these are going through a 150 ohm resistor, and so by going through these switching here, it's basically switching these ones on and off through these 33 ohms, or 33 ohm there, and a 10 there. That's right, isn't it? Yep. Okay. So as long as they're switching, it'll work. So I just need to verify that this circuit here is what's on the board. I haven't got any shorts. Okay, so you can see the traces through. Unfortunately, the silk screen's behind the traces. That's why it bloody lays it out. Find silk. Here we go. Let's do that. So you can see that's the resistor I left off originally. R1, which is the feed for that PNP, which should be a 3906, which it should be, which should be a 2A, which I can't see, which I know it was. That's fine. I do look at that before, so that's 2A up there, 2A at the other end. So those are correct. So feed goes through to that pin. Now, is that pin the correct pin? It should be. Don't forget it's an MMBT 3906. So let's put the data sheet up and just double check that I haven't screwed that pin out up again. And before I did it, actually, I'll get my multimeter over here. I'll check for shorts in case there's a problem, just a simple short circuit from having that solder based issue. at the very beginning. It's entirely possible. Let's grab my meter here. I'm just going to do it over here just so I can look at the screen and stuff like that. Let's make some space. And you'll definitely hear it because it's right next to the microphone. Alright. Oh, yeah. So I'll do buzzer? Yeah, I'll do diode check. Diode check, alright. That way it doesn't beep. Or do you want it to beep? Okay, so let's check resistances actually. If I do that one, let's check resistances, make sure resistors are definitely okay, right? So that is definitely a 33 ohm, being from a Chinese book, who knows? Let's make sure. That's a 33 ohm. R2 is indeed a 1K. R3 should be a 33. It is. R6 should be a 10 ohm. It is. And that one there, which doesn't seem to have an R marking on it. What happened to that? Oh no, R5, sorry, 1K. Yep. So that's okay. So as this is check out, let's check out the transistors. Yes, use diode mode, of course, here. We use that. So base should be from R1. Nothing that way, nothing that way. Checking across those. Okay, so if I'm going across the... That's interesting. So the negative symbol is lit up when I'm going across R2 the collector and emitter with the diode measurement. That's lit up. So that is actually turning on, interestingly. Why is it turning on? So, yes, it is lighting up, but when I'm putting the positive probe onto the collector of Q1, sorry, and the negative probe on D1, which is correct. Is that right? No. It can't be right, surely. That's backwards. It should be positive probe on D1. Have I got those LEDs in backwards? Could my markings be wrong? Is that what's wrong with that one? Just because I'm going across that one there, it's lighting up, and it shouldn't be. If I go across R3 instead, just finish checking this, make sure I've definitely no shorts on here before I jump ahead like that. I'm just going to check each transistor to make sure they're okay. So I was checking in Q2 right now. That's okay, no shorts. Checking Q4. It's fine, no shorts. Checking Q3. No shorts. And seems okay. So the transistors will seem alright. So I don't think there's any shorts or anything like that on there. It all seems fine. I got to actually wrong. I'm just wondering why I've got that lighting up. So if I go between R3 and... So R3 should be negative. And D1 positioning should be the other way, which is... I'll get that from. Yeah, pin 2 of that one. So D1 comes from that leg there. So that's D1 there. And R3 here. And I think I've got that backwards. Yeah, they're backwards. How the hell did I get those markings wrong? Yeah, right. Oh dear. Now the layout looks okay. I'll follow the layout. So I've got R4 coming through here into that pin there. So I believe the pin out is correct. I can pull the data sheets up and just double check, because this is what screwed up last time, is I had these pinouts flipped over. I had to debug them things. So I did just flip them all over, so it should be correct. I will double check though. I would have thought it would give me errors if it's wrong. I did do the error checking stuff. It didn't give me any errors or anything. So, but I'm thinking that these diodes must be placed backwards, and I put my definitions here backwards. Have I? So the negative symbols, which they're in parallel, so it doesn't matter, but I need to make sure I shrug that through. So that goes to there. Middle symbols go to there. So that's R3. They're backwards. Is it? No. Have I got the markings backwards? That's what I'm looking at. That's right. Circuit diagram's right, but those are saying that side. Hold on, I'm losing my memory here. That's right, isn't it? Oh, I don't bloody know. Someone think for me, will you? It's D1, 2 and D1, 3. Those pads. And that's D1. Neighbour's back. So that should be D1 come up here, yeah? So that's D1 going to there, which is Q3's supply. Yeah. So it's D1 going up to where it should be. D1's going to that side, which it does. They are in parallel with each other. So that should be the positive side of the middle. So I don't know, that should be right. So I'm a bit confused by that now, because why is that saying it's wrong? I'm confusing myself. So let's have a look. That way around should be nothing, and it isn't. What have I done there? I didn't swap conventions halfway through. So if I parallel up if I just put the probes onto LED themselves, they light up. So I haven't swapped conventions. I haven't got the conventions marked backwards on the silk screen. Well, based on the silk screen, I'm looking correct, but let's trace this back from that. So that is the common there. So hold on, it's bloody. I don't like the way I've got this bloody block on there. It makes it hard to see. Yeah. So that should be the positive probe, which it is. I'll set the positive probe on there. So the output looks correct. Is it? Hold on. Hold on a minute. That should be working. So hold on a minute. They are backwards. They are backwards because I'm using D1 on the digit as common. Positive common, right, because it is positive. So, digits we know work. And I'll do the same thing on the LED segment directly, which is common to D1. And thinking, actually, that's backwards. The LEDs are in backwards. I'm just trying to understand how I got that wrong. Because the other LEDs have got the same naming convention, but they're correct. Yeah. I've got them backwards. Okay, let's flip those around. How the hell have I done that? I'm just confused by that. What have I done there? Is it just those ones I got wrong? So D1, yeah, okay, I've got that marking backwards. Yeah, okay. It's just the negative symbol marking I've got backwards. Yeah, that's all it is. Got two dials backwards. Pretty sure. Let's double check. So those ones should be correct there. Yes, and that goes down to there. So I'm looking at this. So I've got a positive symbol on here and a positive symbol on here. That's wrong. Those should be the positive symbol. I've got the markings backwards on those middle ones. So I've got to swap those two LEDs around, and then that should work. Let's change views. Back to the desk. Here we go. Let's turn this off from that. Yeah, it's hot air, this thing. Let's try and cram everything onto the desk at the same time. Barely fit. So let's swap those two around. I think that'll fix it. Unless I'm reading this wrong. Again. That's what I get for trying to be clever by putting on a board like that. Never mind. That's not what I want. I want this one. Alright. Can you see what I'm doing? Not really. definitely can't see what I'm doing now. I've broken everything now, look. Okay. Let's try this again. Now, I'm not doing this with a microscope, so let's see how this goes. Did that one flip around? Couldn't quite see. No, it didn't. Come on, push down. There we go. And I got nothing. Oh yeah, got around it. Be alright. There we go. Just get that clean. A bit of flux came out of it. Right, let's try this again. Let's see if this will work now. You see? Yes, you can. There you got a plus symbol. Right. Go on, flick negative. Yeah, it's not going to flick negative, is it? We have a plus symbol, at least that's on there. Okay, it's going off, which means it is getting a negative. Yeah, was that negative just then? Come on, do it again. Okay, let's get this. Again, this is why I like this thing. Very convenient. We want to do a negative number, so I'm going to put it in backwards. 1 volt negative. Auto range. There we go, negative symbol. Here we go. Great. That's working now. Sweet. So I just need to make sure that in future I don't get those back to front. And positive symbol. Sweet as. That's working fine. Well, that was fun. Anyway. That's good. I'm happy with that now. That seems to be working. Brightness is a bit off, so I think I might need to look at that positive symbol actually and just drive those positive LEDs a little bit harder. It might be that resistor down here and then swap it out. So last time I did let's do this again. I did just put a jumper in there in the end. Come on, give me a positive value. Come on, where's that connection? Come on, where is it? That'll be a pain. Down here, is it? Right, hold that on there. So I'm trying to get. If I short across this resistor, should be safe. That didn't change anything. Short across that one. I can't tell which one's which. That's also not changing anything. So I think they are doing okay. That's the 10 ohm one there. This one's doing the whole brightness. So there's 10 ohm one here is doing the drive for the whole 4. So I could actually drop that some more maybe. I don't know. We'll see how it looks I suppose. Let's get the nudge shader out. So, it looks kind of alright actually. That's alright. It's clearly a positive. Let's try and swap this around and get a negative out of it. Hopefully. I'm still seeing a positive. Bloody connections are going to drive me nuts, aren't they? That's positive now. Hold on. Yeah, it's because these connections are so dodgy, because it relies on the connections all being intact. Let's do 1 volt negative. 1 volt negatives give me a positive symbol. There we go, there's a negative symbol. Because of these bloody connections. So, there we go. So, negative symbol like that. That's fine. That comes out alright. Positive symbol again. Hopefully. If I can get the right connections. Oh, had it then. There we go. Kind of. Might not be the only one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's looking alright. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. That's good. The display works. Oh, I can't believe it took me all morning to do that. Anyway, that's good. So at least I've got, well, I know one little quirk I've got to watch out for. I should fix that right now on the bloody diagram, shouldn't I? Let's go up here. Silk screen markings. Always click on the right hand side there. Always click there. So yeah, anyway, so those Middle ones are marked back to front because I'm an idiot. That's annoying. Right. Come on, select it. Hey, it works. Right. Let's just push the buttons instead. It's keeping that on the same side. Oh dear, I'm so rusty on this. I'm not that familiar with Keysight, so yeah. Let's just shut the chat again. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I've got to swap these bloody symbols around. Flip it. Yeah, kind of what I want. Yeah, it's not what. Okay. Why do I have that labelled that way? Where's that labelling come from? Properties. That's its reference. I need to change its reference, and then so I need that to go like that instead. And the same for this one. Oh, what's that one? We did that one. Okay. Can't really move that one over much. Yeah. Right. I should have just put negative in the middle. That might be easy to do because I'm worried about going off the sides here. Yeah, let's do that. So, I've got 25 boards with the wrong markings on, but it's only minor. I just mustn't forget it's like it. That's all. That's the wrong one. It's not what I want this one. That one. Let's do that. Here we go. Wow. Does that affect anything on here? Don't think it does. Don't think it affects anything on the diagram. It wasn't meant to these anyway. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's that done. We have a working display. Yay. Again. Yeah. So KiCad, I'm not done much in KiCad, so this is the only thing I've ever built in KiCad. So it's a bit of a learning experience trying to do it all. Yeah, I could have done that actually. That was a good point. I could have done that. Anyway. Right, that's done. Now, I got a notification just now saying Jonathan Oxer, Superhouse TV, if you're not familiar, he's just gone live at 12 o'clock. I was actually chatting to him a little bit on Twitter last night, saying, because he mentioned he's going to go live, and I said, oh, you must, let's make sure it's not the same time as me. Anyway, let's say Oh, I should say this is a new version, shouldn't I? Because of correction. Version number. Where is the marking on this board? Where did I put it? There it is down the bottom. Better fix that. No, not that one. Come on. Now it's trying to pop this thing up on the top window instead of where I put it. Right. Because that's great. Keycad's got a bit of a bug in there. There we go. Better. That's not the right piece I'm trying to edit. .2. Anyway, so Jonathan Oxer's going live, so what I'm probably going to do, I could use a break anyway, if it's going. So I'm probably going to just fix this final little bits up on this diagram, or this layout here. As I'll show you in the top window again. There you go. So I'll just change that revision number there. And I need to do the one on the back of the board, wherever the hell that is. On back silk only. Which is over. I hate the way it does that. Anyway. There. Edit that. 1.2. Come on. Oh, where's the thing gone now? Little pop-up window disappears. It just goes everywhere. Where is it now? Now it's popped up in the bottom window, which is hidden because it's in the wrong window. It doesn't recognise which window it's in, which screen. So it's popping the. Because this window here is the top one is active, right? It was. It's popped up the notification in an inactive window because it's not active. It hides it. So I put it back in the bottom window so I can do this. It's ridiculous. Now it's in the bottom window. Now I can drag it up. There you go. See how it is. Stupid thing. Keycad's got bugs. In fact, I can't actually use the latest version of Keycad because my system's too old. So it may be that bug's already fixed. Anyway, that's that fixed. Dear. Save. Actually, shouldn't have done a save as. Now I've done a save. Oh well, never mind. I like to try and keep iterations. Done. It's fixed. That's fine. Next time it'll be right. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to call it a day. Go and have a coffee. Sit down and watch Jonathan Oxer's live stream. I'll enjoy somebody else's YouTube stream for a little while. I'll pop in and say hello to him. And maybe I'll see some of you guys over there. And thanks for dropping by. Thanks for your support. Give us a thumbs up if you like the video. Like watching me tinker around with stuff. I didn't get anywhere near as much done as I wanted to get done. I thought we could get onto some other stuff as well. So I'm a bit disappointed at that. I really thought we could actually do more than just test the display, build and test one display. I thought we could do some other stuff, you know, other diagnosis, troubleshooting stuff, some other bits of gear. That's what I was hoping to get to, but it just took too long to build that thing. Yeah, I hope we get some more. I'm tempted to live stream tomorrow morning as well, because tomorrow's actually a stat day over here, statutory holiday, so I can actually live stream tomorrow. I'm tempted to do it, so watch out for a notification later on. If I live stream, you'll get one notification sharp saying I'm going to live stream again. We'll see how we go. I don't know, we'll see. I won't cut my hair tomorrow. What do you reckon? I should cut my hair for tomorrow? I'll just leave it messy like this. It needs cutting. Anyway. Right, so thumbs up if you liked it. Make sure you do that. And subscribe if you're not subscribed if you're the first time here and that sort of stuff. I know most of you are familiar with me anyway. Right, I'll catch you guys later on. And if I can't live stream tomorrow, it's going to be a while. I've got 6 weeks without a day off. So it won't be for at least 6 weeks. Yeah. Okay, no problem. Catch you later, Helmet. And thanks to everyone else. Catch you later. Bye.